Hello, happy day. Happy Thursday. um, yeah, tomorrow, Halloween. Are y'all going out to trick or treat? Um, oh, my apron's all tied up. Trying to get my apron untied. We are, the hubby and I are, with our grandbabies. So looking forward to that. All right, just trying to get my apron going. But as I said, hello, half a day. How are y'all doing? If you are new to my channel, welcome, half a day, as I just said. Um, if you didn't see the thumbnail, I am going to be making chicken empanadas today. Prepping for the most part, because once I'm done, I'm going to be freezing them and only cooking maybe a couple of the pieces. So, basically what I've got done right now is I have some chicken that's marinating in there. And then the first step that I'm going to do for this process is to go ahead and in Guam we have this plant that's called Achiote. And from the Achiote we get the coloring from it, which really that's all it is. It has these seeds inside of it. Some of you guys might know it as annatto. But we use this to make our red rice, to make our empanadas, anything that we want to give coloring to. And in reference to the flavor of this, the best way to describe it is that it gives it just a tad of that smoky flavor. But growing up, when we would put the seeds in the water, come on a little bit closer. Come a little closer. And let's have some fun on getting the choti water ready. But if you guys aren't familiar with what empanadas are, they are in the shape of a turnover. And with our empanadas, we do fry them. The filling, it's pretty much whatever you want to put in it. But for today's live stream, again, I am using chicken as the main protein for the empanadas. But I've got the seeds in there. They've already been sitting in the water for a little while. And all we do is we try to extract as much of this color as we can. But growing up, whenever I was doing this, hey there, half a day, everybody. So I am in the process of making chicken empanadas. And what I'm doing right now is I'm just extracting the color from the seeds, which is going to give me this nice red-orange water. And this is what I'm going to be putting into the filling for the empanada, as well as what's going to help give the color to the crust. Hope everybody is having a wonderful Thursday. Thank you guys so much for being here. But don't forget, smash that like button while you are here. Did that say Lorena? Half a day. Get a little closer. I mean, see, growing up, we didn't use gloves. And just imagine, this would be all on my hand. Our hand would be nice and red. But like I said, all I'm doing is extracting the color from the seeds. the achiote, or also known as annatto. And if you don't have the actual seeds, there's also this brand, Mamacitas, and this is a powder that and I believe this also has a mixture of cornstarch in it. So, but we would also use this in place if you don't have the seeds. But for me personally, whenever you need achiote, whether you're making achiote water, whether you're making empanadas or our Chamorro red rice, I love using the seeds because the flavor is just a little bit stronger, you know? Hey sis, off a day. You remember when our hands used to get all red? Look at that. Woo. But I'm just getting my achiote water ready. And then what you would do is you would strain it. No, sometimes I would have the strainer already in the bowl, and that's where I'll be messing with the seeds and whatnot. But this time around, I'm gonna go ahead and strain it. And this is where I was talking about where I would sometimes have the strainer already in the bowl, and then I'll just do it like this and strain directly. This kind of helps get the coloring out a little faster because you've got the strainer mesh to help with that friction to help get the color off the seeds. But like I said, don't forget to smash that like button while y'all are here. I appreciate that. Strain it again. That's one thing you want to make sure is you don't have the seeds in there. And strain one more time. See how a lot of them have turned dark? I mean, I probably could still keep get some more color out of this, but I think this should be good. All right. Now we got our achiote water ready. Let's put that off to the side. We'll get that going here in a minute. And the next step is to go ahead and chop up some onions. With the onions, I'm just going to go ahead and dice these because then they'll get nice and mixed into while I'm cooking it. That way we get that nice flavoring going. All right. Now we're going to get to some of the fun stuff and we're going to go ahead and start the cooking. I'm going to turn on my stove. It is medium, just a little higher than a medium. For me, I use a little bit of olive oil. I probably need a bigger pot than this actually. Let me see. I need a bigger pot. A bigger pot. All right. Probably what I need to do is I need to go ahead and cut up the pieces just a little bit smaller than what they are. And I've had the chicken sitting in a marinade. And right now I have the empanada is not just for me and my family, so I'm trying not to use my bare hands too much. But I'm just going to cut up the chicken into slightly smaller pieces. And what I did, and then this also gives me a chance to kind of like cut off some of the excess fat that's on here. But what I also did to prep the chicken was I did boil it for about 10 minutes. And that's why you still see that it's a little pink. There, because they're not fully cooked. But whenever you're making chicken empanada, you can prep your chicken however you feel like. If you want to start from scratch using raw chicken, like I did, you know, you can do that. But if you're pressed for time, you can always use, which I have done that in the past. I've used frozen chicken, the ones that are already pre-cooked. Because like I said, that just makes it, you know, it's a little quicker if you're pressed for time. But in here, it is a mix of white and dark meat. I've got skinless, boneless chicken thighs and breasts. I personally prefer, what do you call that? The thighs. I'm partial to dark meat, so whenever I'm making it, typically, if it's just for my family, then it's nothing but dark meat. But because it's not just for my family, I've got a mix. Like I said, it gives me a chance to kind of tear off some of the excess fat from the thighs. I mean, if you want to barbecue your chicken before adding it to the filling, you know, that just adds more flavor to your empanada filling. Even though I haven't started cooking, it smells good already. Just throw some of this back in there so they can keep soaking up that marinade that I made, which is pretty typical marinade that we use, you know, with a mixture of soy sauce and vinegar and water. Some onion and garlic powder. You know, and that is, even though I do prefer the dark meat. You know, that's the downside, you know, is the excess fat that's on there, but that's why they're so tender. That's why they end up being so tender and yummy. All right. Now I got that back in there, all nice and chopped up. And that's how much fat I saved from being cooked along with everything. There's nothing like taking a bite into something and you get all this fat in that bite. Ooh, yummy. Now we can turn that stove back on just above medium high. And so we can go ahead and start sauteing some onions. And I also have some minced garlic. So like I said, what we're getting ready to do is for the cooking portion is we're going to go ahead and start sauteing the chicken. And don't forget to smash that like button, please. I appreciate y'all supporting my channel, being here. Even if you're not chatting, that's okay. But don't forget to smash that like button. And if you do subscribe to my channel, all I ask to validate your subscription to my channel is that you go and watch one of my short videos and hit the like button. Even comment on it, because that will validate your subscription to my channel. So just going to wait a couple of minutes for this to heat up. Then we're going to throw the onions in there. We're going to throw the garlic before I start tossing in the chicken. And then from there, one of the steps I'm doing is kind of like the shortcut way, because the filling, the texture of it, we use rice, ground rice. But this is the shortcut way, is by just using cream of rice, since that already has the ground rice in there. And that just thickens up the filling, because you don't want it too runny, because then it's going to seep out while you're frying the empanada. And then it's going to affect the shell and all of that, so we don't want that. But this gives it texture and thickens up the filling. Otherwise, the long way around would be, the first step I'd be doing other than making the chicken would be, I'd be browning the rice. If you have regular cow rose rice, we would brown it, and then we would mince it. If you have like one of those coffee grinders, we would use that to grind it up. Hey Francis, half a day. Thank you for popping in. I am heating up my pot, adding a little bit, just a little bit of olive oil. Even though this is supposed to be a non-stick pan, you know how it is. And then I'll be tossing in the onions here in a minute. But how's everyone doing today? Boom, 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 boom. You ever notice people doing that when they're cooking? That's the way they kind of test, a quick test to see how hot your pot is just by putting your hand above it. All right. Okay. You don't want it to be too hot. We don't want to fry our onions. We just want to saute them. I don't want the onion skin. But we're just gonna saute this a couple of minutes, and then we are gonna add the minced garlic before we add the chicken. Yeah. All right, let's test out a little music. All right, where's my cooking? Knives are out. I'm ready to chop, dice, fillet, or stew. Oven's on. Fryer is hot. I'm gonna get cooking for you. What shall we make for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Will we bake, fry, or make soup and let it simmer? Cutting board on the counter and my apron in a knot. Can you smell it? Can you smell it? Delicious and tasty food is what I got. What shall we make for dessert, sweet, tangy, or savory? Time to add some minced garlic. Like I said, you don't want to have your heat too high because you're going to end up burning your garlic. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn down my heat to medium. All right, let's go ahead and start adding the chicken. What shall we make for dessert? Sweet, tangy, or savory? With a knife and fork or using fingers is the best way to eat. My knives are out. I'm ready to slice, dice, bake, or brew. Oven's on. Fryer is hot. Now let's get cooking for you. Oh, cutting board on the counter and my apron in a knot. Can you smell it? Can you smell it? Delicious and tasty food is what I got. Knives are out. I'm ready to slice, dice, bake, or brew. Oven's on. Fryer is hot. Now let's get cooking for you. Oh, I missed one whole piece. How did I miss one whole piece? Looks like I might have prepped just a little too much chicken, but that's okay. throw a few more pieces in there. But that's okay. That works out. This right here, you can end up making stufao. Masa harina. Thank you, sir. So I might have prepped too much chicken.
Pretty much.
Yay.
It'll hold now, you know.
So because I use soy sauce, I'm not going to use a lot of salt on this. Just a couple of pinches of salt in there. I heard. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of more onion powder. And just a little bit more garlic. Even though I do have some of the fresh stuff in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to continue to cook down the chicken to where it is fully cooked. And before I actually start adding the liquid ingredients to this, I am going to end up breaking this down even further. Practically mincing it, because you don't want to have too big of chunks when you're making your empanada. You want to make it obvious that you have chicken pieces in there, but you don't want to have big chunks of chicken. So like I said, I'm just going to cook this down. And you definitely want to work on your filling first, because you're going to need time for this to cool down. So you make your filling, you pop it in the freezer or fridge to help cool it down faster. And while that's going on, then you're going to make the shell. You're going to put together the dough to make the shell. Kelly, did you ever hear my cooking song? Did you ever hear my cooking song?
No.
Oh, by the way, I am live.
Okay.
Ready? Yes, I did write the lyrics to this. Wait. All right, let's try that again. Play. But AI put it together though, so it's not my voice either.
Knives are out. I'm ready to chop, dice, fillet or stew. Oven's on, fryer is hot. I'm gonna get cooking for you. What shall we make for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Will we bake, fry, or make soup and let it simmer? Cutting board on the counter and my apron in a knot. Can you smell it? Can you smell it? Delicious and tasty food is what I.
Yes, I have to play my song again. Sorry, y'all.
What shall we make for
I'm proud of it.
dessert? Sweet, tangy, or savory?
But what I was saying, once I'm done cooking this, I mean, it doesn't take long at all, and that's the benefit of boiling it before this whole process. Because again, boil it for about 10 minutes. You let it marinate, because then it soaks up that marinade a lot quicker. And then for the cooking process, it doesn't take long at all. I don't see any pink. So, this little cool thing, this little device, my chopper, is what I'm going to use to break down the chicken into much smaller pieces. So I'm just lowering down my heat to low.
We make for dessert, sweet, tangy, or savory. With a knife and fork Can you smell it? Can you smell it? Delicious and tasty food is what I've got. My knives are out. I'm ready to slice, dice, bake, or brew. Oven's on, fryer's hot. Now let's get cooking for you.
But yeah, that's my song.
I like it.
Yeah, that one I did through lyrics into song.ai. Hey, Terry. Thank you for popping in. Let me see what you say. Hey there, I wish I could stay. I'll come back if I can, if you're still here, but my son is going to call me in about 2 minutes. Okay, I probably already missed you. But yeah, I'll be at this for a little while. That's the thing about empanadas. It does take a while to put it all together. All right. So let's go ahead and add a few pieces in here. Yes, I do add it directly in here. And then I just give this a quick and then there you go. You got minced chicken.
The thickness is
But this is also what I do when I'm making my chicken kelaguen. To get the minced meat, I use this because it's a whole lot quicker than using your, getting a knife and dicing it up and whatnot. So and then rinse and repeat. But again, this is just one way it's done. If you prefer to chop it, by hand, you have more control doing it that way for sure. But I like doing it this way. That's a lot of chicken in the pot, so. Definitely gonna make a lot of filling. It almost sounds like a scream. I know my mom was watching this. I know one of my sisters was watching. I don't know if she still is or not. She's like, "What is she doing?" I'm the youngest of my family, so yeah, we tend to take a lot of shortcuts. But hey, if it saves time, if it saves, you know, the motions of chopping and whatnot. I know my mom, she would say something about it, for sure. Almost done. Like I said, this is also another quick way for those of you guys that are familiar with, you know, with Guam food. If you're a fellow Chamorro and Islander, this is one way. You can also do the for Kelguin. Because having the pieces a little smaller like this, it absorbs the flavor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn the heat up again. And stir this up. Make sure there's not any huge chunks left in here. I mean, it's okay if you're still going to come up with, if you do find some chunks that are still too big, go ahead and just break it up if you can. And whatever liquid was in here, the meat soaked it all up, which is fine. Fine by me. That's just more flavor that the chicken bites, you know, when you're biting into these chicken pieces, is going to give. All right. Now, from here, we are going to add some chicken broth because we need to have liquid in there. Now, if you boiled your chicken, you know, you want to go ahead and save that broth. You know, you would just have to strain it and all of that. Definitely going to be a lot of, this is going to be very meaty. It's been a while since I've made empanada in bulk, but you definitely want to make sure you add more broth to this, because look how much room the chicken is taking up. And I'm going to add just a little bit more salt. Not much, because again, I did use soy sauce in there to marinate the chicken. Add more garlic and onion powder. I probably won't have to add as much cream of rice to this because having so much chicken is taking up a lot of that thickness. Hey babe, do you know where the long lighters are?
Yeah, you got about 1,000 of them upstairs.
Can you go grab me one?
There you
Oh man. I realized all right, now I'm going to go ahead and add some cream of rice.
go. I brought a pink one just for you.
And that I already used 1.5 boxes.
I'm sure you know in here.
That's where I got one from. Yeah. I am making chicken empanada. This is the filling right now that I'm working on for those guys that are just now joining. And right now I'm going to go ahead and add some of the achiote water. This is what's going to help turn it red or orange. Like I said, the achiote water changes its color. It does add a little bit of a smoky flavor to it. And if you weren't here at the start of the live stream, I got that red water using this, achiote seeds. Or some of you guys might know it by that name. Okay, thank you. So I just added about 2 cups of my achiote water. Now that's getting a nice and liquidy there. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna prep my cream of rice. And I'm gonna add just a little bit. You guys took the scissors from over here, huh?
Aren't there multiple today?
Yeah, there should be. I just need to cut this. Thank you. So you guys saw the achiote water. Well, I just added some of the achiote powder, and see that one's a little bit more orange because they do add in these packets of the achiote powder, they do add cornstarch to it. So it does tone down the color a little bit. Just trying to break up all. You see those specks of the achiote powder in there. Trying to break up as much as possible so I don't get clumps. Yeah, let's just add it directly. Now, when you're adding the cream of rice to this, you do want to make sure you keep stirring it because you don't want it to clump up. Like I said, adding the cream of rice gives it more texture. If you come across those clumps, if you can, now I will be taking a portion of this to put aside because I will make it spicy. I am going to be adding pepper to it. So one will be regular, and typically empanadas that are made are of a mild heat. You can add Tabasco sauce, you can add or actual peppers into the mix, which is what I'll be doing. Now, what I'm also making, if I was to be making chilaquiles, which is the exact same thing that I'm making right now, except for it's more of a soup version. So I wouldn't be adding a lot of this, and I would keep the chicken pieces in nice chunks, because then you would eat this over rice, and perfect, especially here in Texas with the cooler weather. Chilaquiles, oh my goodness. Who's that? Canadian. Is that Corey? Hey, Corey. I don't know if you're still there or not, but half a day. Thank you guys so much for being here. Like I said, this right here would be a perfect consistency soup-wise if it was going to be chilaquiles. Again, you don't want to have minced chicken like I do in here. You want to keep them chunky. But because I'm making empanada, it's okay that I made the chicken pieces smaller. And I'm going to make this thicker.
Mom, Swanson or Clover Valley?
Huh?
Swanson or Clover Valley? The brand, Swanson or Clover Valley?
For what?
For the, aren't you telling them to get, more,
Oh. It doesn't matter if, I don't know where he's at, but Swanson is fine. Tell him to grab, if it's boxes, tell him to grab at least 3. If it's cans, tell him to grab 5. And because you are adding more ingredients to this, I'm just going to add a little bit because as it continues to cook, it will continue to thicken. I'm going to add just a little bit more seasoning to it with the onion and the garlic. Hey, Corey, has your wife ever made empanadas? Hey, man. Half a day.
yeah, I have it.
Lower that down. Whoa. I'm going to have to add more cream of rice. Ask your mom. And remember, in the YouTube world, I go by Auntie Melissa. Boy, looking at the video on my phone, it looks very orange. But in person, it's not as orange as it looks. Let me see my other phone. Yeah. Ow. That hurt. I did already lower down my heat. Just a little bit more. And like I said, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to be taking some of this and putting it into a separate pot. And I'm going to add some peppers to it. Now, if I had a gas stove, the next step in reference to the peppers would be a lot easier to show how it's done. But I have to improvise because I don't have a gas stove. It's hard to see the rice texture in this because of how minced I did the chicken. But it's in there. This is my leftover chicken that I get to use for another day. Clothes are ready. All right, let's try this. I said you can't, the video isn't really giving it justice, and because I do have a lot of chicken in there, I don't know if you guys can really see the rice, but let's try it. Babe, try this. Try this before I add more seasoning to it. Because I use low sodium chicken broth. Try this. Yeah, you do.
No. Very delicious.
Zoe, come try this. Mix this up a little bit more. Because I really minced the chicken. That's why. My daughter, they probably heard you because you're standing right by the phone. But here, try this. How am I supposed to try it? It's so small. Oh, I burned my hand. Good? Or more salt?
No, that's good.
It's good. All right, so I got the thumbs up from my daughter. So I did add more seasoning to it, so Let me try it myself one more time. It's good, but I don't know. Feels like I'm missing something. It tasted fine to you, Zoe?
Huh?
It tasted fine to you?
Yes?
Kelly, you've tried my empanada before, right?
I don't think I have.
You've never tried our empanada before?
I don't think so.
Really? You've never tried the empanada? No way. After all this time? Even when we had the food truck?
I don't think I have. I think I went like one time.
It's like twice. I don't think it's tasted at all.
See, when you're making the filling, you don't, when it plops like that, that's good. It's thick enough that it's not going to seep out of your crust. All right, let me just try this again.
It's hard, yeah. It's just hard to you serve.
Thank you, Dan. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's getting there. I know it looked like I'm putting a lot of salt, but it's not pouring out a lot, so. I don't think I added enough fresh onions and garlic at the start of it. And definitely when you're making this, if you don't add as much chicken, that's also fine. When you don't add as much chicken as I just did for this batch, you'll actually see the cream of rice a lot easier. But because I do have a lot of chicken in this, one more time. Okay, so much better. So much better. One more round. But as I was saying too, when you're adding the cream of rice, you want to make sure you let it cook long enough in reference for the cream of rice to cook.
Did you ever get my snow?
All right, last time. I'm already getting full. Okay. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up putting some of it into this one. And the smaller pan is going to be I'm gonna do it one more time, one more round. Make sure I get that nice and mixed in there. All right. So now I'm just going to transfer some of this to another pot. Ooh, it's getting heavy. Trying to see. All right. So, I have to use gloves because I cannot handle pepper. Greetings, newly subscribed, came across my feed and I find the content delightful. Hey Melvina, thank you so much. Thank you so much, half a day. I appreciate that. For those of you guys that are here, and if you've just subscribed to my channel, if you haven't already done this, I appreciate it if you could, or pass it along to others as well. When you subscribe to a new channel, to help validate your subscription, go to the channel, select any of the recent short videos that's been uploaded, and just like one of the videos and even comment on it. And that's going to help validate. That's going to help validate the subscription. All right. Question is, how hot should we make this? How hot should we make this? I know some of you guys might be like, I don't know what your heat level is, but mine sits at mild. So anytime I'm making something spicy, once I add the heat, I stop tasting it. I have to have my husband taste it, or, you know, my daughter, someone who likes heat. My daughter just mumbled back there, I don't like heat. She's like me then. I'm just getting out the peppers. All right. So again, for those guys that are watching, if I had a gas stove, the part that I'm about to do, I would do over the gas stove. But you would basically take what we call doni, or the hot pepper, and we would burn it. We would put it over the open flame and just, you know, roast it for a couple of seconds on each side. And that just brings out the aroma. That just brings out the heat even more. But with this one here, I am not, once I do heat it, this is going to be my open flame. I'm going to remove the seeds, even though I know that's where the heat comes from. Let me get one more pepper. There we go. Oh, I gotta remember not to touch my face. Don't touch my face. Don't touch my face. Okay. So, the idea, again, open flame. is you just let it roast for a few seconds. Like I said, that brings out the aroma and ups the heat. Don't do this at home, kids. You could probably let it roast a little longer. Some peppers are bigger. I mean, literally, that's what they would do. They would just, people would just put it on top of the fire and let it cook. I mean, even let it burn. Uh-oh, I'm running out of heat, babe. Uh-oh, I ran out of heat. So at least 2 of them I was able to cook just for a little. And I can smell that already. Okay, where's one of my other knives? Can you smell it? You don't smell the heat? I smell the pepper. I smell the pepper. Huh? Those 2 for sure. That one, it was in the prop. No, don't do that.
No, almost that food in. I'm gonna get one here.
Yeah. Sorry.
The ramen sounded good. And even then,
I try not to add the seeds,
like it just feels so
even though because, I know that's where the heat comes from. But look at that. Hot pepper, hot pepper. Get off my finger. Hot pepper. You really want it pica. I'm trying not to put a lot of the seeds in there. Some are gonna get in there. Can't help that. I probably could have cut it in half first and get out some of the seeds, but
Baby bird.
oh, it's gonna be really pica. Thank you.
That's the spicy meatball.
Hopefully I'm not making it too hot. I won't know because I ain't gonna try it. I don't do spicy. After all this is said and done, I will fry up one, and not one of the spicy ones, but all right. Hey,
What?
it's not doing anything. What did you do?
Pull the trigger.
Well, I guess you must have used what?
It's brand new, it's fresh out the box. I ain't no just.
Be careful, because I was touching pepper with that hand.
Come on, it is what it is.
There we go.
No, turn flame.
There we go.
Flame's too much. I got it. Cook it, baby, cook it.
Making your eyes water? If anything, it's going to make my eyes water. Okay. It's okay. Whoops. One of the seeds went flying.
Let the cat find it. Flame. Open that seed.
See, if I was making finadeni with these peppers, I would keep the seeds in the finadeni. Finadeni is Guam's hot sauce. And definitely keep the seeds in there because that really spices it up. So again, for those of you guys that like heat, if you didn't already know to do this to your peppers whenever you're making any dish that involves peppers, whether it's jalapenos, red peppers like this, chili peppers, whatever, heat it up, barbecue it. That adds that nice roasted flavor to it, and at least from what I'm told. I do mild. I can handle mild. Sometimes when I am making it just for the family, I will add Tabasco sauce. All right, one more pepper. Kelly, you like spicy?
She said, yeah.
Because I am making this for someone. This pot right here, the smaller one, is the spicy one. If she wants to try it,
Did you already put it in?
yeah. You see the pieces?
Mm.
Make sure. I was gonna say make sure she takes one that has the pepper in it.
That's the spicy one.
My Terry, my hubby, does like spicy, but he can't. What do you call that? Really eat too much of it because he gets bad heartburn from it. Did you eat the pepper yet? You don't feel the heat yet, right?
Yeah, me too.
Oh, now you just got the pepper. It's like, where's the heat? Ow! That's the way it's supposed to work. My Zoe's friend Kelly is here, and she likes spicy stuff, and so she tried it, and she's like, no, and then she's like, whoa! It smacked her. Okay. Hopefully I didn't make it too hot, but I should have probably made the pepper pieces just a little smaller. But I think that's good. I had to improvise, Terry. I had to improvise. All right, I have to go and clean this up because so I can take the gloves off. Y'all just be careful if you're handling this because pepper. I mean, look at that. It even turned, look at that. It even turned my glove red from the peppers. Woo, Mo, I can smell it through the gloves. Oh, that's the spicy meatballs. Gotta make sure I wash my hands because I don't need to accidentally touch my eye or something to that effect and burn, baby, burn. Hey, Roy. Good evening or good afternoon. All right. So let's just mix this up a little bit more. For those of you guys that are just joining, what you are seeing right here is the empanada filling. I've got in the bigger pot the regular, and in this smaller one I just added the peppers. And so now these are going to go and cool down. And then we're going to get started on the filling. I meant the shell. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, there's one. And I need the big one. Babe, would you mind taking this to the outside fridge? I know.
Was it?
So the small pot is that. Bathy. I don't know if you want to. You want this one too?
Yeah, it's alright. It'll survive.
Give me the pot. There's the pot. I like that pot. I like it hot. Oh, I burned my hand earlier. All right, you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Now the next step is going to be making the shell. But while I grab my ingredients to my next station, y'all can stare at this for a minute. My other daughter, Lexi, got me that.
No?
Wait.
I got you that.
You don't? Whoops, wrong daughter. I could have sworn it was my daughter Zoe who got me
Oh.
Betty's Diner.
I'm pretty sure that
What is the, you want the other one or what?
Yes. So they can
Yeah.
start going down. It turns on. Are you guys gonna help me with this one?
she's left.
Oh.
She wanted to say something.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I really did burn my hand. Did you ice it yet?
Probably.
That needs to go in the Ziploc bag for sure.
Probably.
His jaw.
Probably.
I'm just grabbing my other ingredients, so we can start working on the shells. The shells.
I just did have, I can't remember if it was ibuprofen or something.
Anybody coming across the live stream, they're like, what are we looking at? It's Betty's Diner.
Yeah, ice. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, ice really well, if it's that portion, it might be an ear infection. Yeah, that portion might be an ear infection. Because your lymph nodes go.
I'm still latching. I am still latching.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay.
Where are you angling that thing?
It's aimed at the
I
sun.
know that's right now. nice and where you're angling it.
Right there
What?
on that side.
What? What?
Cause, whoops. Is that Slinky? You hear my cat, Slinky? What? Meow. What's wrong, Slinky? Oh my goodness.
That's why Bella does it now. Because she would see me pick her up whenever she's yelling at me.
All right. My daughter's trying not to get into camera view, so, and just don't mind my mess. Where are you going, Zoe?
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, you want to angle it at the crosses?
Yes, that's what I'm going to do. All right. So with this next step is we are going to make the dough. The dough. All right. So let's bring this up and angle this down so you guys can see what I'm doing. But we are going to be making the dough or the shell portion of empanada. And the main star on this one is masa harina. Or you guys are familiar with this, which basically is just corn flour. Hey, Jory. Good afternoon, Hockaday. All right. Because I have a lot of filling, I need to make sure, I'm probably going to end up making 2 batches. And you don't want to make a whole lot of dough at one time because it will dry out. So I'm going to make half of the dough now and then another half after we're done rolling it and whatnot. So for the first step, we are going to add 4 cups of masa harina.
It'd be cheaper to get the V6 replacement than to get
You like that?
Yeah.
If you're gonna keep it, you might get better.
Of course I'm keeping it.
And then we're gonna add the achiote powder. Can you find the other achiote packet that's also in the pantry? Thank you. I am using a mix of achiote powder and my achiote water in this mix. Is that the only one left?
Fresh from the Achiote seeds.
No, I already used the achiote seeds.
Well, you gotta show 'em.
There should be another one there. Yeah. And then we are going to use about a cup of cornstarch. Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Can you grab me the salt too? Never mind. I need a teaspoon. Yeah.
One of those in the rock.
All right, and then we're gonna add some salt. Can you grab me the oil also?
Oh
I know. And the tablespoon.
my.
So we're adding about a teaspoon of salt. I'm gonna need more than that though.
Yeah.
It's in the pantry. All right, so we got the flour, we got the achiote powder, we got the cornstarch, we got the salt. I'm sorry? And then we're gonna mix this. Thank you. Joey, can you grab the gloves? Oh, you got another pair? Thank you.
Okay.
Hey Ma, half a day. Sorry, I just saw you come in. Ooh, you just made some pheasant soup. Sorry, y'all. Not always looking at the chat. But okay, Terry. Thank you for being here. Hey, Tonda. Thank you guys for joining. I am making the shell portion of my empanada, and I'm also just making a mess in here. All right. Now we are going to go ahead and add some chicken broth to this. Just trying to break up some of these other pieces that I see in here, the chunks. But this is all the dry ingredients, the mozzarella. Yeah, just a little bit more salt. And then we're going to add the chicken broth and some oil to it. Babe, can you grab me another measuring cup? Please.
Okay.
The 1 cup. I need a 1 cup. Because I have one for dry and I need one for wet. Thank you.
Soaking with the seeds.
Huh?
You show the soaking with the seeds.
Yes, that was at the start of the live stream. And I'm adding just a little bit of what's left of my achiote water into this. Can you go rinse this for me, Zoe? I need a dry one for the second batch. And then we're just gonna go ahead and combine all of this. Feels very soft.
Yeah. Oh, it's
What stuff? Basically, once you combine the wet and dry ingredients to this, it's gonna make a very soft dough. Let me add just a little bit of more my achiote water. Gotta save some for my second batch. Hey, Sunny. Hey, Tornado. How's it going, everybody? I am in the process of making the dough for the shell portion of my empanada. Woo. I don't know how much gig work I'll get done today. You want to make sure you are reaching from underneath and grabbing any excess flour that might be hiding under there. And you want to really combine everything. Really? My daughter comes walking over here with orange icing all on her mouth because she's eating a cupcake. What cooler? Uh-huh. The black one? The small black one? Up there. You see it? Right there. Yeah, it plugs in. Like I said, when you'll know, at least for the texture when you're putting this together, it's almost like a Play-Doh. Like I said, it's very soft, and you don't want this to just sit out while you're rolling out the dough, but the next step is to just roll these out into balls, and I'm going to keep it covered because I don't want it to dry out. Right now I have the filling cooling down in the fridge, because once you combine everything, you definitely don't want... Can you hand me one of the white kitchen towels right there in the drawer to the left of the sink? It's going to be in the way back.
Yeah, that's actually the.
No, the cheesecloth.
Portable oven.
Is it really? Yeah.
'Cause I thought it had like a plug-in, like a regular wall plug-in,
So,
like this,
yeah.
Because this, I can plug into the fire and into the cigarette lighter and convert, like if I had a laptop or something in the car,
Yeah.
but
Nice.
that's what I had in the car, that's also. Converter.
All right. I know it's a bit of a mess right here, but what I'm going to do in this next step, at least to make things just a little easier, all right, let's put you over here. Mamacitas.
Yes, W.
Huh? Who? Oh, hey, Colleen. Good evening. Half a day. Okay, so the next step is
Is it dry?
Huh? What? What am I making? I am in the process of making the shells portion for my empanada. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to be cutting wax paper sheets to go in between. So basically I'm going to have a wax paper sheet here and one here. I put the ball there, press. One sheet stays here, the other one goes with the pressed empanada. But how are you? Hey, Deb. Ooh, did you make homemade bagels, Deb? NATO. Whip, whip. Nay. While I was cooking the filling earlier, I burned my hand. But okay, so this is just the way I do it when I'm making my square sheets for when I'm doing my empanada. I basically do it about the length, just beyond the length of my press. And then I rinse and repeat. And about each sheet that I'm pulling out right now should be enough to do 4 squares. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This one is down to the end, so let's move on to another roll. Nice. What kind of bagels? Plain bagels, or did you make them in different flavors? Zoe, can you get the scale? And the red cutting board. All right, let's do one more and see how many squares. I lost count. I lost count. What are you looking for again? Oh, it should be there to the right of the stove. In the pantry. I meant in the cabinet. You know, or it's not there on the counter? Huh? I thought I pulled it out. Maybe it's behind you. No? Did I bring it over here already? Or what did I do with my scissors?
The thick one or the thin one?
Let me the red one? The thick one. All right. So that was 4 sheets, so there should be 16 squares in this one. One, 2, 3, 4. So that's, you know, that is the thing about doing something like this, is the prepping. You know, other than the cooking portion of it. And the squares don't have to be perfect. There are some that will come out smaller than the others, but as long as it's doing its job. Did you see what happened? I could have sworn I pulled out the scale when I pulled out the press. No, it's not. Okay, check the drawer to the left of the stove. The left drawer, the far left. I thought I just saw the scale in that cabinet.
Unless I'll get one, maybe.
This is the one I wanted. That one's used out there.
And I just,
You want to take over on cutting the squares? While I start rolling out the balls? Just line it up. As much as possible, and some of them are longer than others, so as long as close as possible, and then you fold it in half. And then you cut it. And then you fold it in half again. And then you cut it. Bam. And you got these 2 sheets left. So fold it in half, and then you're going to cut it long ways like that. And then you're going to fold it in half again, and then you're going to cut it. All right. Of course, I made them, I made 4 plain and 4 everything bagel. Of course, I forgot to baby gate my kitchen. My dog got one. Aw. Did he enjoy it at least? All right. So this next step that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start rolling out the balls. All right, so try and keep it unified, I do have my scale right here, and I'm gonna try and probably do 70. All right, let's see, 70. Oh, look at that, very close. Oh, it's 70. All right, that's probably too big. That's too big. All right, let's drop it down to 60. Okay. I roll the ball. All right. So are you dropping it down? What do you think? Is that still too big? No, that's good, right? 60 is good. Probably. Alright, so I've got 3 balls rolled out so far. Let's see how big they're actually gonna end up forming. So we put one down. We put a ball down. One goes on top. I gently press it. Put this down. Normally I'm standing for this, so then that way I can use my body weight to help press this, but one more turn. Because when you roll this, or when you flatten it, you don't want it to be too thick. But there you go. You got one pressed. And then this stays here. And then we move on to the next one. So which do you want to do? Press? You want to do the press? All right, so my daughter is going to do the pressing while I do the rolling. The gloves are right there. You got enough room? Okay. All right, let's go back to doing the rolling. So we are doing 60 grams. And at 60 grams, this is the size of the, as you can see, is basically the size of my hand, the diameter. Once it's been pressed out, we basically put the filling there, we close it, and then we got our empanada. Hold on. We also have these thingamajigs. We'll see how well they work. Oh, sorry, ball. So we have these thingamajigs here. So oh, it's perfect. So 60 grams for this size. You know, we put the filling in the middle, we close that, and there we go. All right, so I better hurry up and keep rolling. So we're doing 60 grams. Hey guys, hey everybody that's just popping in. We're just rolling out the dough that's making the empanada shells. Huh? Yep, and then just puts on top of that. I've heard that before, but no, this isn't naan. just doing it this way. I know it's a little time consuming. Most of the time we would just eyeball it, because typically it's about this, you know, golf ball size. But when you're making it for someone, you know, you want to try and keep it uniform. Oh, look at that. Got it on the first try. It's so good. It's so good. And of course, the bigger that you make the diameter of the for the empanada shells, the more filling it'll take, and or you go through your dough a lot quicker. I've seen people make their empanada to where it's more shell than filling. But I like a good ratio. You know, I like, because some people make some really good empanada crusts. And I don't mind. We'll eat usually the rim of the empanada first before biting into it. But again, an empanada, if you're wondering what that is, it's just think of a turnover. It's in that exact same shape, like the half moon. Close. Let's see, did I get it? 60? 10 grams off. Let's see, I started my live stream 2 hours ago. And like I said, it's definitely a process. I mean, it's one thing if you're making just a small batch. I would have been done by now if it was a small batch, but I'm not. I'm making, really, in total, I'll be making just over 6 dozen once all is said and done. All right.
Did you cut enough of these?
Huh? I don't know. I didn't count. But it's a lot.
Yeah, but it's 6 dozen.
Remember, one sheet gives me 4 squares.
Yeah, but
And I
it's
did like 10 sheets. So that's 40 squares.
Yeah, but that's not 6 dozen.
No, it's not. So how many squares is that? 6 times 12. So okay, so that's fine when it comes time to making more, because this is just the first batch. All right, let's see. 60. Nope, off by 10 grams again. because we'll do these out so that way we're not letting the dough dry out. We'll finish these and then we'll fill them before I make my next batch. $55, almost. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 20. So we're gonna have,
21.
huh?
21.
Hmm?
Wait, what?
Because I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 20.
Oh. That's what you meant.
Actually, I think we already might have 2 dozen already.
Wrong. Definitely.
Sorry if there's not a lot going on, concentrating on putting this together. Alright, I don't think I have enough in here to make 2. Sometimes at the end of it, when we know that it's gonna be, so this is about 12 grams shy of the rest of them, so this might be the tester. Sometimes we'll make mini empanadas, so that's what these 2 will be. Let's see. Okay, so these are about the same size. So these will be our little testers. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is, so these don't dry out, keeping them covered. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the filling, and we're going to go ahead and start filling, because Zoe has been working hard at, she's got all this right here pressed out already. So before these dry out even more, I'm going to go ahead and get the filling, and we'll get started on putting that together. And we'll go ahead and start with the regular one. The big pot. That's the regular one, because the small one is the spicy. We're gonna do the regular one first.
Right. All over.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. All right. I'm loaded with. Hey Nathaniel, you're loaded with what? All right. This is organic. Ooh, yummy. All right. See this one. They refer to a type of milk-based confection that originates. Oh, nice. All right. All right. So it has cooled down, but this right here is the filling of the empanada, which is chicken, rice, seasoning like achiote, onion, garlic. All right. Normally, we don't use this. And that's why right there. I overfilled it. Uh-oh. Darn it, Zoe. I ruined one. I overfilled it. So this would be one of ours. One of ours. Meaning we're gonna keep that for us to try. Alright, so let's just do it the traditional way. That means I gotta be careful and not overfill it. It does take a little bit longer when you do it this way, but and then you basically just pinch the edges to help seal it, and there you go. You got your empanada. But again, you don't want to, you want to make sure your filling is not runny, because this part here, when you're trying to fill it, then you're going to have it oozing out of the edges, you know, as you're trying to seal it. All I'm doing is like pinching the edges to get that wavy look on the end. And that's the part where I'm talking about where some people will, you know, barely put any filling in their empanada and you get more shell. And like I said, as long as their shell is really yummy, I don't have a problem with that because I'll eat the edge before I actually bite into the empanada. But for me, sometimes I do overfill it, as you saw in the very first one that I did. So it's nice. Look at that. Look at the filling. Filling to the empanada. So that's 380. Four. Five. Six. Is that homemade? Yes, everything here is homemade. I did the filling, cooking the chicken, adding cream of rice, and all the seasoning. Same thing for the dough, for the shell. I use masa harina or corn flour as the main ingredient for the shell. Seven. Eight.
I'll be.
Sometimes I do overfill still and it'll seep out already. 9. You've used a fork. Now, if I were making pasta, which the process is very similar, once we press the shell and we fill it with some type of dessert filling, when we close it, instead of pinching it, yes, that's what we would do, is use a fork to create that really nice edge. But when we're making our empanadas, we just pinch it. And like I said, the way I'm doing it is like this. So that way it still kind of gets that little nice wavy look to it. See, I'm still kind of overfilling it because you can still see some of the fillings seeping out already. My daughter singing in the background. How's everybody's Thursday going? Any gig workers that are watching right now?
Yeah.
My original plan was, which I kind of did, I got out there for about 45 minutes to see if I could make any money before I spend money. But no, I just spent money. But still gonna try and get out there to do a dinner shift just for a couple of hours and see what we can make. The hubby and I. Nope, I still overfilled it. Darn it. See? Still overfilling it. Gotta make sure you're, see, look how thick that one is. See how this one's thinner?
Is the pastime activity.
Huh? About trying to get out there and work a couple hours for dinner. Question is, will I be in the mood after all this is done? So all I do is I press it together and then I'm pinching it to, again, one more time. Cause see how these are thinner? I don't know what it is about that one. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, that's better. So pinch for the initial closure and then press. Again, it gives it, I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but you'll definitely see it when I do plan on frying at least 2 of our sample ones. These are my tiny balls. That's gonna be our sample. Press and pinch. So again, you're going to take the filling and you're going to put it right in the center. You don't want to bring it to the edge because as you are pressing them together, you see right there, when you press the edge, you want to make sure there's no filling there because like as the ones that I've shown you, it'll be already seeping out of the empanada. Oh, I caught up to you.
Because you made me do that one. You made me do that one over and over again.
Again, don't put it to the edge because when you are closing it up, you're gonna press just to initial seal and see how you want to make sure you do have some space there and then pinch. My hubby over there is mocking me. You're repeating what I'm saying. That's mugging me. Are you mucking me? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. What? I don't know what you're talking about. He's not being mean. He's just making fun of me. I'm just kidding. And then press. Oops. Pressure? Too much pressure?
You did this.
Is the pressure getting to you? There you go, see? 3 big ones and 2 small ones left. Thank you, Tornado. Woohoo, 41 likes. I think this is my highest likes on a live stream so far. Yay. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies and gents. Wait until Saturday. Saturday, we'll be cooking fish. That'll be on the menu. It's gonna be a fishy kind of day. Not going fishing, just making fish. Parrotfish, to be exact. Alright, we count that one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's 2 dozen already. 24, 25, 26. So we need at least a dozen more of the regular. Oh wait, yeah. A dozen more of the regular, because it's 3 and 3. I'll be doing at least 3 dozen of the regular non-spicy empanada, and then I'll be doing 3 dozen spicy. Two baker's dozen. Those are the tiny ones, right? Look at our tiny, tiny one. These are our testers. Look at that, isn't that so cute? It's like a tiny one. Alright, so we got our 2 tiny ones, and then we got our messed up one right here that we'll fry. Alright, so now we need to make, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so I can make at least another 20 in the regular one. But we need to go ahead and make another batch. All right, so I gotta look at my my recipe again. Bring that yum. Okay. All right. So once again, we are doing 4 cups of our masa harina or corn flour. One. 2. 3 cups of corn flour. And 4. All right, and then the other dry ingredient is going to be a cup of cornstarch. Aw, thank you, NATO. And then we are going to add the, where'd it go? Achiote powder. Can you open me up one more? Oh, scissors right there. And then we're gonna do salt. Thank you. And then we're going to give this a good mix. Get all those ingredients, the dry ingredients incorporated. Hey, Eric. How's it going? Thanks for popping in. I'm making you hungry? Good. Anytime someone says that, that's a good sign. All right, so I got all the dry ingredients. I got the flour, the achiote powder, cornstarch, and the salt. Now we're gonna add the wet ingredients. Let me just break up some of these pieces of achiote powder. Trying to make some money. Tough sledding. What? Oh, well, that sucks. That's kind of been that's how it's been for us. I'm just breaking the achiote powder chunks that I'm seeing. See, that's why my hand is still turning red. Okay. Now we're gonna add some chicken broth. We're gonna add about 3 cups. And then we're gonna add some oil. And then the remaining of the achiote water. And then we're gonna give it a good mix. Like I said, when you're combining all of this, and once it is fully combined, the dough is going to come out almost like Play-Doh. It's going to be soft. See, the first batch I made, I had to add more liquid. But looks like I might have to add more.
She's got school tomorrow.
Yeah. But first you just want to make sure, because you don't want to add one or the other if you're not done fully incorporating everything together, combining everything. Because you'll think, looking at it, oh, it's too dry, and you're going to add more liquid, and then you're like, well, maybe I added just a little too much. I'm constantly digging at the bottom to bring any of the flour and the dry ingredients to the top, so I can really mix that in. But hopefully things get better. I know we gig workers, we need to make our money. Woohoo, 47. Wow. Thank you guys. Put some love in that chat. Let's do that again. Put some love in the chat. 47 likes. Wow. I don't think I've gotten that many likes in the live stream. Like I said, if you guys enjoy cooking videos, make sure you guys join me on this Saturday, because I'll be doing more cooking. Gig work tonight, tomorrow, trick-or-treating also. And then Saturday is going to be family day. Going to be making fish. Going to continue to help my mom move into the other room. All right. See, you want to make sure there's still no more flour there at the bottom. And the dough, it's not sticky. Like I said, it's a lot like Play-Doh. It is soft. And make sure there's no chunks of anything like the cornstarch, or the whatchamacallit. All right. Time to start rolling it into balls. All right, where's my scale? So we were doing 60 grams. All right. Stay. All right, let's see. Let's see. Did I, 60. Did I get it? 4 grams off. All right, 60. So we needed to make 16 to complete the 3 dozen of the regular. Almost had that perfect. 62. Two. Thanks, NATO. Thank you again. Three. Four. Five. Six. Seven. Eight. Nine. Do that row there. Ten. Eleven. 12. 13. 14. 15. 15. Why? Huh. 16. Whew. Alright, now these are the ones for the spicy. It's gonna be too much. Yeah. Again, for those of you guys that are subbing to my channel, thank you. Situas Maasi for doing that. But please don't forget to validate your subscription. Oh, to validate your subscription, if you can go watch one of my short videos and hit the like, even comment, because that'll help to make sure your sub to my channel sticks. Because a lot of us YouTubers, we know how it is. We have a great live stream, we get a lot of subs, and then over the next day or so, they start disappearing. Huh? $49, woohoo! 49 likes. See, are we gonna get to 50? Are we gonna get to 50? Are we gonna make it to 50? I'm keeping these other balls separate because I've got another batch. This is the regular one. I've got another batch that's spicy. The spicy kind. See, and if you don't have people helping you when it comes to making empanadas or something similar to this, it would take even longer. Because not only do you have to do the making the dough, rolling it out, and then pressing it, and then filling it, you know. Something like this really should be, at the minimum, a 2-person job. No, May? I mean, if you have 3, 4, 5 people even to do something like this, especially when it's a large batch, then you'll knock it out like that. I can't snap with gloves on. Oh, wait. There you go. You'll knock it out like that. All right, let's see. What do we got left?
We're doing this all today.
Hmm?
Are we finishing it today? Because we're not even halfway done. And that means you get to go live again.
Okay, so this one's at 46 grams, so it looks like we're gonna have too many ones again.
What's you?
Why not?
one junior one instead of two minis.
Well, it'll be easier to decipher which is the. Okay. Wait, no, I'll leave that for this one. All right. One, two, three, four. What did I say that was over there? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 26, 73, 89, 40, 41, 42. So we got extras. That's fine. All right. Again, it goes to the center. Do not bring it to the edge. Close it up. You're gonna press just to give it its first initial seal, and then you're gonna pinch to give that nice wavy look at the edge. See? Mine too. Again, do not bring it to the edge. End to end. Press from one end to the other side. And then you're going to pinch to give that nice look. And again, I'm doing the pinch like this. That's how it gets that wave, that wavy look. Ring that bell. Wait. Ring my bell. Ring my bell. Where's mine? Oh, it's over there. Come ring the bell over here, babe. It's right here beside me. Gotta ring that lucky bell. And you want to be careful you don't press too hard, because then you'll poke right through the paper. Again, if you're just now joining in the process of making the second to the last step for empanada, chicken empanada to be exact. That's my bell for hitting 52 likes. Nice. Thank you. Si Zeus Maasi. That's what I'm talking about. Show that love.
Did you cut more?
Did I cut more what? No. This is just regular too. The good thing about when you make something in bulk like this is that you can freeze it. So then that way you can pull them out and fry them whenever you feel like having it. Or if you're having a party, you can make a whole bunch ahead of time, pop it in the freezer, and then the day of the party, that way you're not rushing and spending 3 hours making this. It's already made. You just pop it in the fryer and it's deep fried for about 4 to 6 minutes. A lot of it also depends how many you're frying at one time, the size of your empanada.
Yeah, geez, got more.
One of the last two things I'll be doing on today's live stream is to try this for the first time on, you know, that hack. If you don't have a, not the food processor, but the, what do you call that, babe? Huh? Mixer? No. The compressor? Not the food compressor, but the one that helps to seal your food in bags.
Oh, vacuum seal.
Yeah, to seal, the vacuum seal. If you don't have that product to help, you know, do that, there's this other hack that you can do. To basically get that same effect using Ziploc bags and cold water. But I believe I have about 5 more to fill. And then I'm going to go ahead and get a pot ready with some oil so we can fry our testers. And at least for today's live stream, I won't be filling the spicy ones because that's going to take at least another 45 minutes. And although I don't mind that, I'm getting hungry. Or as the saying goes, I'm getting hangry. All right, so how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We're gonna have leftover filling. And as much as I want to stuff the empanada, we have to have enough room at the edge to seal it. Because as you're frying it, it's going to seep out even more, and yeah. This one is probably overstuffing it. I can always add the remaining filling to the spicy one. What? Chilaquiles, yes. Or you can turn around and turn your leftover filling into chilaquiles. No. All right, I'm gonna leave these here. Oh, that's overfilling it. Hmm? Yes, please. Can you also get a small pot ready with the oil? Can you get a small pot ready of oil? All right, last one. And then I'm going to take this, the remaining filling, and I'm going to add it to the spicy batch. Yeah, that'll work. No, that'll work. I just hope we have enough oil. Is the question. Because there's that oil right there. Be right back. I'll find it. All right. Yeah. All right, so getting a pot ready with oil. My hubby just cleaned the kitchen and I made a mess of it. Again. Again. I know, I'm sorry. Hmm? I hope so. We'll just have to mix it up. Peppers are in there, so. No? No? Hmm? We'll do that tomorrow. And enough to,
I don't have any spice really.
okay. All right. How big a bowl do you think? How big a bowl do you think we need of cold water to get that effect? You know, when you sink a Ziploc bag in, I'm just getting some cold water. Huh? Yes, over there on the table.
People are just looking at empanadas.
Hmm?
I said your peeps are just looking at empanadas.
Yeah, they're just staring at the.
Stare at the empanadas.
All what's the Ziploc bags?
In the freezer. That was the question. Were they the ones that already had them?
Huh? All right, let's see. All right, let's see how well this is gonna work.
How long do you think it was from?
15 minutes. Turn it on. Yeah, there you go. So I've got to be able to submerge it completely, right?
Yeah. Air fry. Air fry.
Can we?
Maybe in the black.
I don't know.
We haven't.
We've yet to try that, so I don't know.
Can't see why not.
Never tried it. So we're gonna try that hack of putting, stuff in a Ziploc bag, dipping it in water, and it'll help seal it. Have you ever tried that? Well, that's the goal. That is the goal.
Come across a bag that had gluten, high gluten, amongst other things.
You mean that stuff right there?
No,
I've come across that bag about 800 times,
and yet,
and I've said it 800 times.
no, you have not.
Yes, I have.
No, you have not. Okay, well, where is it?
I don't know. You know how many times I've seen it?
You should have stood on the top of it.
I thought I put it in your room.
No.
Yeah. The one that I'm thinking about, that I know you were looking for, I thought that's where I put it. Where's the goddamn ash? Fucking ash.
And I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in my job.
So, I've never done this before, so please don't laugh. But then we're supposed to submerge it in cold water, right?
Uh-huh.
And then what?
Keep, press it down until it gets to the top, push all the air. It's a 4-man vacuum seal.
It's a poor man's vacuum seal.
Put ice on it?
Yeah,
So for now, my hands are all wet.
Did for a moment, then after that,
Just, how long did you put it on? No, you need to put it on longer than that. You need to put it on for like
All right,
20
let me
minutes.
try to close as much as I can. All right, let's try this again.
Well, you stop.
Submerge. Get the air out of there.
I guess you put it in one of those.
It's hard for me to seal with one hand. No, there's still air in there.
well, that's a whole lot less air than it would have been.
Yeah, there's a whole lot less air in there.
Well,
Um,
you can use the other
But-
4-man straw.
yeah. So I don't know if I like that method.
You've got one somewhere.
What, the press thing?
The freaking
the-
vacuum seal. Just use a hairdryer. You can heat it up.
Alright, so we're gonna try this other method that I've shown you guys on a live stream before, the last time I was making empanada. It's just using the straw. So I made a mess on this table. I made a mess in the kitchen. All right. So there's still air in this, so I'm gonna pop this back open, readjust this. There we go. So I'm going to be putting about 2 in a bag and using a straw. This is a Slurpee straw, smoothie straw. I'm going to take it to all the way to the edge, and then exhaling as much as you can, and then you're going to suck all the air out of the bag. I might have to try that again. I didn't bring it all the way down. Let's try that again. All the way to the edge. If you guys, other than getting the machine to suck the air out of these bags, you know, let me know, because, yeah. And there you go. Look at that. Look at that. Vacuum seal. Using a straw. That's one. Zoe, can you put oil in that pot that's on the stove?
One that's been on for a while.
Alright, this time I'm putting 8.
How much?
At least halfway, or probably have to use all of that.
This is about half.
No? Do we have any other oil in there? Alright. I ziplock all the way to the edge. There you go. This one has 8 inside of it. I mean, they do become pretty heavy. So, when you're getting ready to freeze these, you don't want to stack them on top of each other because they're still very fragile at this stage. So if you have the space, you want to, I mean, you can kind of lean them on each other, but you don't want to stack them because, again, it is pretty heavy. So you want to be careful when you're getting ready to put them in the freezer.
Let's only fry the mini ones, and then we can test to see if we can air fry that broken one. And
Okay. We might have to, I don't know, if we're gonna try, because this one here that my very first one that I was putting together, I overstuffed it, so it broke. We can try to air fry this one, but I would think though, before it goes in the oven, you want to give it an egg wash, and we'll give it a try. I've never done the air fry, so I have no idea.
my
That's 16. 16 and 18. Hmm? Are you laughing at me? Why are you laughing at me? How rude. Babe, can you take these 2 bags to the freezer, please? And be careful. Remember, don't stack them on top of each other because it's gonna squash it.
I'm a professional.
Okay.
Which bags? These?
Those 3. All right. 23. What's that? I don't know.
Individually.
Did you see my hack for this one?
I feel like that's the first enter.
But I'm sucking it out, not blowing it in.
That's still. Did you take it up to your room?
Are you
Don't-
laughing at me too?
Put that on top of those.
Alright. Alright. So, can you take these to the freezer? Just be careful. They can't be stacked because they'll squash each other.
Huh?
Kathy's laughing at me too. Hey, nieces. Everyone's laughing at my straw method. I tried dipping it in the cold bath in cold water to help seal this, because I don't have a seal thing. All right, so we are going to air fry one. We're going to air fry one. And then these are the minis. So we're going to fry the minis. And those are our samplers. I thought we had more minis.
I mean,
And this is ours, so this can stay in the inside freezer. That stays in here.
Well, there's another one in here because I don't fit.
Oh. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Doggone it.
Well,
There's two more right here.
why
No,
don't you just give them? Okay.
I'm not gonna give them what?
I'll just put them.
All right, so we got pizza rolls in the oven, so ready, set. Nope, not working. Nope, it's okay. I'm done. This one is just ours anyway, so. All right. So these two mini ones, we are going to go ahead and fry these up. So let's go back into the kitchen. So typically you'd want to deep fry these, but ran out of oil, so we're gonna have, that's why we're only gonna fry the two mini ones. And you can do the whole sticking, you know, like a toothpick or something in there to see if it's ready. But we also have our handy dandy thermometer. So it's about, that's good. It might be just a little bit too hot, but that's okay. So but like I said, when you're getting ready to fry these, they're typically twice this size, if not almost 3 times this size. So you want to have more oil because you want to deep fry these. But this is, I guess, perfect amount of oil that's in there for these little mini empanadas. But all right, let's test it out and see. There you go. You got them frying. You got them frying. And like I said, you want to let these fry. Typically, they're about up to 6 minutes or about 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the size, depending on how many you're frying at one time. But because, again, even if I maybe had like 3 more pieces in there, that would have made the oil rise just a little bit. But as you can see with the dark patches that you see there, that's pieces that's not covered in oil. So I'm just going to flip them. And I'm going to keep flipping them. And just like with our lumpia, you want to get something that is going to strain it. So if you have a strainer, put a couple pieces of paper towel in it.
Grab one of those cutting boards, plastic ones, put it underneath. See if we can do stuff on it.
I know, I saw that. That looks awesome. Like I said, if you have more oil, you want to make sure they're fully submerged when it comes to frying these. Because that otherwise you're going to have to constantly be flipping it like I am. Otherwise, when you put it in there, you know, it's going to get all nice and bubbly and it's going to be fully submerged, and you don't really have to worry too much about flipping it often. But again, it depends on how many you're putting in your fryer. If you put too much, it might make them stick to each other. Woo! I know, nieces. Um, and I made a mess of the kitchen with my cooking today. But we are sitting at 56 likes on this live stream. Woo! Look at this. Ring for luck. 56 likes. Thank you guys so much. Woohoo! All right, we'll let this fry for about another 2 minutes. Again, don't forget, for those of you guys that are newly subscribed, if you happen to be still here, and pass the word along when you come across a channel that you like, visit and view one of the recent shorts that they've done, that they've uploaded. Watch it, hit the like button, and you can even comment on it, because that'll help validate your subscription to that channel. Because YouTube be that way. YouTube were like, oh, you like this channel, huh? But you didn't go visit their page and like anything else, so it don't count. And we fellow YouTubers do not like that. But so I try to make that announcement when I can. But again, you know, if you guys like this cooking that I do, we're going to be doing fish this Saturday, parrotfish. Look that up and you'll know what I mean. They could also be known as a rainbow fish because they do come in different colors. But they are meaty. And for me, a parrotfish is like dark meat because they are tender, it's moist, even when you fry it. Which those are going to be the two ways we're going to make our parrotfish on Saturday. So we're going to fry and we're also going to bake. So I can't wait. It's been a little bit since I've had parrotfish, so I'm ready. I think years ago, it was probably, I don't know, babe. Are you still in here? Oh. It might have been when we first moved back to Texas, because we knew that one of the Asian markets out here sells parrotfish, and we tried to fry it, and I overfried it. So, don't worry, there's extras. There's extras. Hey Zoe, can you also do me a favor? There's still some more rolled dough already in the green bowl over there. That needs to go in a Ziploc bag so we can use that for the spicy one.
I know we use this half that containers.
Oh, that's Terrence's? Oh. Aren't they cute? Aren't they so cute? Tiny. But yeah, yeah, Kat. Oh, I'll have extras for Saturday. Not a lot, but there'll be some extras for Saturday.
What?
Yeah, they need to go in a Ziploc bag.
Have y'all seen Sinners yet?
Who?
Y'all seen Sinners yet?
I've heard about it, so no.
Yeah. Oh, do we have next?
And see, when it comes to when you guys were watching us pressing it, the reason why you got to be careful on how thick you're leaving it is because the thicker it is, the longer you're gonna have to fry it. Because if you don't fry it long enough, when you open it up, you're gonna see that there's gonna be maybe just the inner layer that's not fully cooked, and we don't want that. You don't want to make it too thin that when you put the filling in the center and you're sealing it, it's just going to keep busting through it. But you also don't want to make it too thick because then otherwise you're going to have to fry it extra long. And it can, as we say in Chamorro, you're going to doknos it. Doknos, that's like burning it. And I might have a couple of pieces of the pica one too, Kat. Probably give it at least another minute. I'm getting anxious. I want to eat it now. I'm ready. I'm ready. Zoe, are you keeping this bowl or what?
Yeah, it's like it's-
Oh. Let's see. Is it ready? Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready to try some empanada right now. Can you guys recognize what that song is? Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready to fall in love. All right, I think that's good. Then you're gonna put it in a basket to let that drain. Oh, I can smell that. Can you smell that? And here, let's see if we can hear the crispiness. Can you hear that? What do you think? These are mini empanadas. When we were on the food truck, we even made it smaller than this, just a little bit smaller, and we treated them as samples. But there you go. We've got chicken empanada. Now, if you're very impatient, you can toss it in the freezer and to help let it cool down. So that way you can try it sooner than later. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for it to cool down naturally before eating it. But that's my mini empanadas. This is the regular one, the non-spicy. My pica or spicy, that's still in the fridge, and I'll be making that later tonight or tomorrow morning. And yeah. All right, so I am actually going to take one because I'm getting impatient and I want you guys to hear it. But this is the other reason why you want to make sure it is, if you can help it, standing, upright or whatever. You don't want to just have it laying flat like that, because as the oil is draining from it, it could make that side soggy. So if you can help it, let it stand up. It's hot. All right, I'm going to take one to the freezer. The hubby says, put it in the freezer. So I'm taking one to the freezer. I'm just trying to do a little tidying up while I'm waiting for the one that's in the freezer to cool down. Yeah, I think I might for the spicy one. My hubby tried it, and he says I might have to add more peppers to it. So, nope. But I got the whiff of the pepper. I was getting rid of some of the seeds that was still on the cutting board, and I got a whiff of the pepper, and yep. All right. I think it had a chance to cool down. Whoop. Ice cream is jumping out at me. All right. Okay, so here it is. All right. Can you hear that? All right. Let's break open the middle. Oh. Actually, let me just bite into it. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. Cheers. Mmm. Okay. So, you see what I'm talking about? And this was still a fairly thin press. If you don't, I probably could have still fried it another minute. But you can see the inside. It still has a little bit of that dough in there. Zoe, come try it. It's still hot even though it was in the freezer. Very crispy. Come try it. Chaggy fam? But there you go. So you got the filling in there. See, a lot of times if there's a lot of edge to the empanada, we eat away at that first. Look, can you see the face? Can you see the face? You see the face? You don't see a face? Two eyes. And there's a mouth. You don't see the face? You see it now? You see the face?
I guess, yeah.
You see a face? All right, try it. Yes, it's still hot, even though it was in the freezer. I don't know why you're trying to take a large bite. Yeah, she's trying to take a large bite out of it, and she's like, it's hot. But, all right, y'all. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate this. Itu is Maasi, and I hope that you'll keep coming back. Again, don't forget to join me again on Saturday for another cooking show. Not a show, but a cooking live stream. And I'll be making parrotfish. If you want to know what exactly that is, look it up. It's parrotfish or rainbow fish because they do come in different colors. And that is one of my favorite fish to eat from Guam. But until then, my fellow gig workers, if you guys are out there making your money, stay safe. And I do hope that it bears a lot of fruit for y'all. And for everyone else, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. And I'll see you guys Saturday. Adios for now. Bye, y'all. Thank you guys so much again. Bye.
Bye.